Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob, and we are going to be doing art today. A lot of it. Probably going to be a long one, I think. Going to be starting on a brand new piece, and it should be a pretty epic one, if you will. So I think I'm actually just going to jump right into it. Uh, if you are watching this as a kind of video on demand, um, if you go to, I guess, the end of the stream, there should be a kind of like little wrap up portion that I tend to do. I have a time lapse kind of recording going, so you'll be able to see the whole thing kind of come together in like maybe a few minutes. But um, for those of you who are here with me live, welcome and thank you for tuning in. We will be creating a new character today, and I hope you enjoy and partake in kind of helping to shape this character. Uh, that should be a pretty fun one, pretty interesting. I have no idea where it's gonna end up. I kind of have like a really loose kind of area that I think I'm gonna try and take it in, but I don't have anything kind of like prepared ahead of time. So we're actually just gonna be starting from scratch, sketching it, and just trying to figure out, okay, what is the pose, what is the design overall, and yeah, I'll be kind of taking influence from the live chat to shape this, and I hope you all enjoy. And yeah, let's get started, shall we? Um, so, as always, I am working in Clip Studio Paint. I use EX. It just lets me kind of like do animations that are longer than 48 frames. Not that I need that, but I enjoy it. Um, so, let's see. I actually, again, like, I'm not really even sure where I'm going to start with this, so we'll just start by doing some concepts. And I'm thinking I want to do a landscape for this character, but that's not locked in. It doesn't necessarily require it to be a landscape. It could be a portrait as well, but I do want to kind of make something pretty dynamic and exciting. So landscape can be pretty good for doing that. Big mouse, yeah, exactly. Um, all right, let's see. Hey Jacob, is it possible to allow non-Chrome skins to be used for their Chrome version? That is something that uh, I know that the team would also really like to do. Um, and I know we have plans around how to do that, but it's not something that we can do immediately. I'm sure like Dave will talk more about that in due time. Nothing immediate, but it's something that we would like. I think that that would be kind of cool to be able to have like there's a lot of kind of like traps that have gone through kind of evolutions where it's like technically it's like the same trap, but it's been upgraded, and you lose access to those cool skins. And so, you know, basically everyone agrees that it'd be a nice thing to be able to kind of like utilize those, because they're that related, so it would kind of make sense. But yeah, that's something that is kind of like further down the pipeline, but it certainly is something we would like. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of like really great School of Shark skins, the old school ones. It's been one of those traps that has had a lot of life and legacy, and definitely a lot of trap skins, especially when you combine kind of like both forms of it. And this is a classic, but you know, an oldie at this point. All right. But yeah, again, it's like there's a lot of really unique like skins for the original School of Sharks that I like, and I would periodically want to bust out. But of course, you can only really kind of enjoy that in like low power areas or during events and stuff. Which events are kind of like fun where you do have the freedom to kind of like pull out like really garbo traps that are just kind of like for funsies. They're not really gonna matter so much in terms of the catch rate. All right, so I actually have no kind of like ideas around like, okay, this is the general pose and, you know, activity that this character is taking. Um, I don't want to like reveal the name or anything like that, but I'll say that they are an unhinged character based off of kind of like the concept that I'm working on, or working from. So not something, or not someone that you would want in polite society. Maybe would be kind of one way to describe their uh, character, or one might even say profession. Um, let's see. Not that I would consider it a profession, but they might. Okay. So I'm thinking I kind of like the idea of it being like lanky and um, like having a long reach or something like that. So maybe I'll make them kind of spindly. Hmm. Not that this scribble is showing that. But yeah, today like we're gonna be trying to explore this character. I don't think we're gonna complete it or even come close to that. I think today's gonna be the first half. Oh, by the way, just for anyone who's kind of not as used to my art streams, when I have like a long art day, I usually stream. I'll be working up until 1 o'clock my time. So I start the stream at 11, so we go for a few hours, um, and I go till 1 o'clock, and then I take an hour long break where I can kind of like recharge because streaming I'm trying to chat and be entertaining, and so I'm kind of more you know spending energy and stuff than my usual typical day to day. So it's nice to have enough of a break to kind of fuel up, take a little breather, and come back with like a fresh look at the piece. It's like something I like to do is step away from a piece of art that I've been kind of like really focused on, because it helps to kind of like see things that you don't notice when you're actively working on it. Um, and then after that hour break, we return to where we were kind of like last at with it. But uh, generally, what I try, like my goal, is to resolve the sketch and maybe even get like the first pass of blocking in the shapes and colors by the time I go on to lunch, so that after lunch I can start kind of like resolving issues and rendering and kind of like balancing the piece. And so that's kind of like perhaps how it will go today. We'll see. We don't know. But yeah, make sure that the time lapse is actually going. Yes, it is. Yeah, I built a template file that actually like is set up to just be a fresh kind of like it's staged where I like to start a mouse from, and it has the time lapse already started recording. So actually, I need to save this as a new file so I don't overwrite my kind of template. Let me just give it a name. I think that's the name. Anyways, all right. So I kind of like the idea of almost like being like a cryptid looking thing, perhaps. Like it's kind of a monster, maybe. I don't know. That's just kind of like where I'm thinking of coming from with it. Um, let's see. But yeah, I guess if I'm doing kind of like tall and lanky, maybe a horizontal landscape is not the right framing for it. But we're just going to start by like just loosely scribbling out some gestures. And actually, a good way to do this For anyone who's kind of like, oh, what's a good process for kind of like concepting a character at the beginning of a piece. It's not a bad idea to like have a kind of dimmer background. Actually, I think I'm actually gonna grab an even darker color. And what that kind of does is it makes it less resolved. On pure white, your like scribbles are kind of more. There's more contrast. Um, so if I use like a really big brush on this kind of like medium toned background, it's not as crisp. It's not as kind of like resolved. And if you've ever like looked at like I don't know like noise patterns on things, so like as a kid you could tune into channels that were just static. There was no kind of like wavelength, displaying some show. It was just kind of like radio noise that the antenna would pick up on that frequency, and it would just be this garbled, just kind of just noise, right? And or looking at clouds and kind of random patterns, or the wood grain on a door or something like that, and just like looking at that and seeing things like shapes of like a creature's face, or a tree or whatever, right? Like you can do that. That's something that our human brains are very good at doing. So one of the things that kind of working in this style of kind of like really almost hard to see what you're doing, where you use like a really oversized brush and you're kind of scribbly, and it's just kind of like messy on purpose, is it lets you kind of like when you're looking at it almost pick out like, ooh, actually, like if this was the edge of the kind of like knee here, so like it could be that you interpret it like there's a nice kind of like sharp point, smooth knee, or it's like, oh wait, there's like these kind of like crunchy kind of edges to it, or like, oh, maybe it's like these kind of mushroom kind of like cap, like the shelf mushroom kind of thing going on with that knee. I don't know, like it's easier to kind of like interpret things differently, like, and experiment. So when you're like really early on in a sketch, it's actually like a great method is to just like really be sloppy. Use like a big kind of oversized brush and like add in, chop away, and be like really rough with it. Um, because then you kind of like give a little more room for that. Um, and also it's like fast to kind of build up and take away. But right now, basically, what I'm thinking about is like, what kind of a pose do I want this creature? Almost like I kind of like there to be this like beast-like kind of concept, maybe. I don't know. But like trying to decide on like, okay, what is this pose going to be? Something a little more interesting, like this kind of perched in waiting, maybe is kind of like eerie. And like another thing about doing drawing on like a darker background is you can do things like this, where you like add in light, and you can kind of like build like some kind of lighting scheme really quickly if you want. So like if this is like underlit, for example, it's like pretty creepy. So I'm kind of imagining they're like kind of just like hunched over something. I don't know, not quite those. Let's see what else. Try Like I'm thinking like maybe it's like cackling. Like you remember the bark burner character? Did I have that one laughing maniacally? Okay, that's definitely I think too creepy for my goals, but maybe not. No, no, I'm gonna tone it back from that. That's like horror game. Don't think I want it that insane. Let's see. This is not a Halloween mouse that we're doing here. This is for the new permanent location, by the way. Since I didn't actually mention that, I don't think. Um, but it's going to be a pretty strong character, I think, in that location. Getting some big hitters coming out. I do like the kind of beady eye, perhaps, on this. Actually, I did mention I wanted to try like a lanky and almost like stretched out kind of looking character. So maybe if I do something more like gaunt. Let's see. I think I might actually let's well no, I'll start by just scaling this down. I don't need to be sketching at like, to fill this canvas. Honestly, actually a good way to do this is to do little tiny thumbnails. Like zoom right in and just kind of like really just do a small study of a kind of sketch. It's almost like a llama going on here. Again, like I want it to have like some kind of activity. Um, it's so weird and creepy. And again, not very mouse-like. It's more like right now it looks like a weird, creepy dog. Let's get those mouse ears and give it like extra long teeth. It doesn't like grind them back apparently. If it just like is a puddle shape, just like long and like stretched out. I think the ears would be maybe. I'm definitely like not feeling this design, but I'm also just like, where are we going with this? I want to see. I feel like we're already starting Halloween with some of these sketches, so all right. Well, I'm just here for the ride now. Like I'm as curious as you might be about like what is this character going to look like if I just continue it. So if they almost kind of have this like happy to see you but like creepy and eerie look to them. Okay, so there's a little bit of a character starting to come out of this posture, I think, with the kind of shoulders kind of slanted and this kind of like interested, but like you just interrupted me kind of look on their face. I think that's kind of starting to tell an interesting story about, what are they up to? They may be up to something that's not something that is good. Almost looks like a snake tongue, the teeth like this. I don't know if I'll keep them, but let's see. Yeah, nightmare fuel indeed. Yeah, like I kind of want them to be a little scary. Um, they're not necessarily a mouse you want to run into. They're gonna be trouble. That's what I'm thinking. I think they're gonna be trouble. Yeah. Let's see. Is this monster evil or just misunderstood? I'm gonna categorize this one as evil. Actually, that's my take on this one specifically. Uh, so I'll just put that out there. Definitely evil. Probably also misunderstood, but like evil. So yeah, that pose alone is like, all right, you're definitely doing something that's not good. Probably not something we want. Can it be like the Shadow Stalker mouse in Labby's Oak, spooky dude that you don't want to encounter? I don't know exactly like how the players will interpret this character in terms of like how the gameplay works. Um, but it's going to be one that I think you'll be thinking about encountering and such. But yeah, I can't talk about the mechanics of this, so I'll leave it with just that. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Now they look like they're blushing. All right. So yeah, I'm thinking with kind of like this pose, I'm liking it because it's definitely got the like eeriness to it that I'm like, I think that's kind of the character I want to capture. But with this pose and like design, I'm definitely gonna switch to portrait. So let's flip rotate canvas by counterclockwise. Whoop, there we go. All right, cool. Now, one thing I will say is currently, although they look dangerous, they don't necessarily look powerful. So I think I want to play around with this. Like, I like the design, but I want them to feel a little more powerful. So let's explore just what in the world could be going on with this character. What indeed? something like this might be interesting. Might have something going. Yeah. Yeah, now we're getting a little bit more in the kind of like, okay, what are you? And I think that's the monster is kind of starting to show its true form, which I think is what this character is about. They're happy to see you. That's probably not a good thing. But, you know, this is the job you're here for, you know? Fight back this evil. If you can. Yeah, actually, you know, I'm definitely feeling this. Like, I think this is starting to read where I think it can belong. It may not be kind of like as large feeling as it might warrant, but yeah, I think it's gonna feel like it's making the impact it needs. All right, so I like this kind of sloped shoulder. This like weirdly long arm is kind of almost like that it's wrong looking in a sense. But maybe I'll just kind of play with that just a little bit. Might have made it worse. Yeah, it's kind of got this like, look at my beautiful creations look to it. All right. Yeah, ooh. A dark, ominous background could go a long way toward giving. Yeah. I mean, Norm knows what's up. Norm knows what this character deserves. And if this character ends up giving you nightmares after, you know, playing the area, you can blame Norm. All right. So I definitely think that that's in the right direction. I think I'm just gonna refine this a bit. Like we're only half an hour in, and I'm pretty cool with this direction. I feel like this character is speaking to its role. Um, so I think we're making great time on this, which means I'm going to spend a little bit of extra time just kind of getting some really nice details worked into this sketch. And we'll probably start blocking it in and maybe even start a bit of rendering before I take my lunch. But we'll just see how it goes. You know, there's always every stream is a little different. But yeah, there's a lot of kind of like potential for really interesting details and texture rendering, lots of cool lighting, especially. But yeah, this one I think we're gonna do some atmosphere behind them, really give them kind of like a presence. Backrooms. Beast from Over the Garden Wall. That's a good watch. Need to watch that again in October. It's been a few years. All right. So let's see. Just trying to think of like what I'll want to tweak on this. Honestly, I really like this kind of like almost like a slime that got like grabbed from the center as being pulled up and just like kind of like creating that just kind of dripped and sludged out kind of look to it. Maybe I'll give like a little bit more droop to these ears. Like they're just kind of like melting a bit. Yeah, definitely gonna do a lot of like texture and interesting little tiny details on this one. Okay. I kind of think that, to just add to this kind of mouse, making sure it still is like, yep, that's a mouse. I'm going to have its tail kind of wrap around here. Nice long, good reach on that tail. Also, again, probably something wrong with it. We'll add like little kind of growths or something kind of peeling off of it. Almost like a root on a plant. Okay, and I think that can kind of be pulling out underneath that too. All right. So I know that I was like, oh yeah, you should start really rough and just kind of big, messy brushes. But that didn't take a whole lot of that before I was starting to see, where do those lines go? Where are those shapes? Okay, so I have the hands doing some kind of gesture, and I think I need to actually like solve what's going on with that. Um, like I just kind of imagine them almost just kind of like fiddling, but they could also be like holding something as well. Uh, kind of like the idea of them holding like a seed or something. I think I actually know what it is. I think so. Okay. This hand going in front, perhaps. We've seen this before. But I'll leave it with that. Because also I probably should check with Norm if that's something this character should hold. But otherwise, yeah, just kind of like the hands are just kind of almost fiddly. I suppose I could have done a different layer just to try and resolve these hands. Like right now, it's almost like, oh, making a little heart or something, um, which also is kind of fun. All right, I'm gonna chop that out so that if I want to, I can try different kind of hand poses. Um, Let me just kind of do something like that. And then I can create new layers to try things. So we could do the Mr. Burns kind of like, ooh, steepling the fingers kind of thing. Excellent. Which also, I think, matches this character a bit. Oh, but also, like, by doing this, I can be like, you got really long, like, noodle fingers. Too long. Far too long are your fingers. And that adds to the like, creepypasta. Yeah, I mean, basically salad fingers, right? Hmm. Mouse won't be tough if there's an ultimate charm used on it. You know what? You might have a good point about that. True. I think that is one way to resolve any mouse that is a little bit of a brute. Okay, so again, I'm like, I don't know how like super creepy I want to go with this character, but like, them being unsettling, definitely. Um, but I am kind of like, underlighting is always kind of like pretty potent, especially if we got underlighting like really kind of showing off how like eerie these hands are. It's kind of good, kind of good. And yeah, I mean like that's unsettling, right? Not if Ultimate Charm only works 50% in its finale. Hmm. I mean, are you suggesting that? Should we implement that? Is that a player request? I mean, I do like taking ideas from chat and trying to make them work. So, um, I guess we'll just make ultimate charms fail half the time now. At least in the new area, right? Like that seems like pretty exciting and fun. Okay, not that it's actually helpful for me to add lighting on the sketch layer. In fact, it actually makes it a little harder to work on, but like this can really kind of, be like, all right, where are we going in this? Nice and quickly without kind of like spending the time doing all that rendering on the proper layers. We can kind of explore how do we want this to look, and yeah, thinking this is the direction. Unless we're like, nah, it's too far, too creepy. It's a Halloween creature. Save it for October. I think it's good. The hands I might need to play with a little bit to make sure they'll read. It's kind of creating a bit of noise, but part of that can be resolved with the lighting, the atmosphere, kind of like how the rendering works on it. It's hard to kind of like, you know, say, oh, this will not work compositionally at this earliest stage, because there's lots of things that can be done to kind of like balance it through just like how it's lit and everything that's relative around it. So not too worried about it kind of like being a bit noisy in the sketch, but if it can be resolved in the sketch, that's even better, right? Because it's basically the blueprint of the drawing, right? So yeah, I think there's definitely a few ideas on how I would do that. I definitely it shouldn't be I shouldn't be like using white to kind of represent the lighting, because I think that's too powerful. Um, but because it's a sketch, we're not worried about it being like, oh, it's this bright and this dark, right? Like I have a lot of kind of like outlines and stuff that is not something that are a part of how I render. Like I don't keep outlines in the images. They are kind of like rendered in three-dimensional kind of space, as opposed to more flat and kind of cartoony. Um, but yeah, honestly, like I kind of want to just start rendering it. I'm thinking that's resolved enough for me and my purposes. Let's look at the other hand here real quick. So the idea of like holding something is pretty good too. But this is just like, oh, it's extra excited to have found you. Yeah. All right. I got the thumbs up from Norm. Let's go. Plus, like, if I can motor through this today and actually like get close to finishing it, that just means that more time to work on other cool pieces. So let's go. And there's lots of cool pieces to work on, so happy to get there. All right, so yeah, I like the idea of doing landscape for this, but this piece is asking to just fill up a nice tall frame. It's just sprouting up here in the middle, and it's letting us know what it wants. It's got its own plan, I think. Like it, you're not telling it what to do. I'm thinking. All right. This one I'll adjust. I like the shape here, so I'm just gonna shrink this down. Kind of fill that in a bit. All right. These two are a little too similar. I'll resolve that as I kind of get to blocking in the shapes, honestly. Because basically the next step of just kind of filling in the object is to kind of resolve the silhouette of the character and its parts, right? So by blocking it in and kind of seeing like what is the shape, how well does it read, we can kind of like make decisions about, oh, actually if this is this shape, it's cleaner, and you can kind of tell what's going on. So I'm going to lighten up the background at this point, just to be able to see what's going on a little better. And let's just start filling in the silhouette. So usually I'll do my sketch once I kind of figured out, scale it to what I need. Can do a little bit of cleanup here and there, but I think we've done enough for now. So then I'll drop the sketch down to about 30% opacity so I can see what's going on underneath it, and then I will just pick a color. Let's go with this kind of purple. An interesting color to begin with. But the color is not actually like important, like what color is picked for doing a silhouette. That'll always get painted over and adjusted and changed, and turn into what we need. What's more important is like it's legible. And I might even pick. I think I'll lighten the background even more actually. Maybe even there for now, just so that there's a nice strong kind of like contrast. I'll also set the sketch to a draft layer, so that means that when I don't like that purple anymore. Oop. When I am grabbing colors and exporting and other interactions, a draft layer in Clip Studio, it just completely ignores that layer. So it means that the sketch doesn't interfere with when I'm grabbing a color, like let's say under the white kind of sketch or the shadow parts of the sketch. It's still just the exact same purple no matter where I'm grabbing from, which is amazing, because then I don't need to like turn off the sketch to grab that same color. I also have this new kind of feature over here where there's just this mixing palette that just persists. Doesn't matter what file I'm in. I can just like drop colors in there. I can blend them. I can like zoom in. Like it's an infinite color palette that never disappears, and I can just carry colors from one project to another if I wanted. So it's really cool. I like it a lot. Yeah. See, as I was saying, like the adding highlights in the sketch kind of doesn't help with the next phase. Like it's great for concepting really quickly and like getting an idea of like the lighting, but like when I'm sketching, it almost kind of like interferes. So one thing I can try is like setting it to a multiply layer. That makes all the kind of like brighter colors kind of just go away, and it's only kind of like anything that's, you know, it's like additive with the pixel information, but only if it's like darkening kind of thing. So like white just becomes invisible, but like grays or other colors just kind of like combine and darken. So it just kind of like, so instead of this adding white, it's just empty now. Like there's no, it'd be the same thing as if I turn off the sketch. I don't know if that made sense, but makes it easier to block in the color during this phase, I find. Alright, so I'll probably end up wanting to have these kind of like parts that are coming off the main form on a different layer, just so I can change those more readily without kind of like having to tweak the pose and stuff. Maybe. Then again, for rendering purposes, it might not actually make it easier. No, I'll leave them on the same layer. What I will want to do is these hands will be on a layer above, because having to paint behind them, and like if I want to change the hand pose, I'd have to repaint everything. That's not ideal. So here I'll use just like a darker purple because I need the contrast. And I think I'll do a less saturated one for now. Yeah. Again, like the color during this phase does not actually matter. Could be doing hot pink or orange or whatever. It's more about being able to like see the shape that I'm rendering. Because ultimately what we want to do is turn off the sketch and say, oh, I can see what this is, right? If you turn off the sketch and you can't really kind of read what the character is, or the, you know, the scene, or like if you turn off the details and the shapes, I want you to be able to glance at this and kind of have an understanding of what you're taking in, because what that does is it increases the legibility of the artwork. And one of the things I've learned over my career is that the more easily you can understand what you're seeing and like it registers to you as that thing, the better it looks. It's more, well, not better, but like it's more appealing to our brains when you can glance at something and understand what you're seeing. Whereas you could have like an incredibly gorgeously rendered and like meticulously and really, really like excellently rendered piece, but like you have to kind of like really look at it to understand what you're looking at because it doesn't read very fast, and because our brain has to do more work, it kind of doesn't find it as appealing um, when it's not kind of just easy to just see what it is. So one of the things that like artists, especially like animators and um, games industry and that kind of field, care a lot about is like the silhouette and how good and easy to just kind of digest it is, because especially in like video games, like active ones where things happen quickly, or animation where like there's you're trying to communicate things with moving shapes and etc. You know, being able to communicate the idea instantly is important to those kind of, like if it's like a big painting held above a fireplace, like I think it's a different thing. And MouseHunt's kind of like somewhere in between. Like it's okay if it's one where you kind of have to stop and like soak it in, but at the same time, I personally feel that when something does read like readily and you can kind of like interpret it, and it's clear what it is, um, I think that that does create something that just feels more appealing subconsciously. Um, so it's at least something that I try to kind of like work on and improve. Um, these thumbs are weird. I'm not sure I like the shape of them. Maybe they're kind of like overlapping each other. Like I like how long the fingers are, and the thumbs I think also need to kind of like be that. So we're gonna have some like crisscross thumbs, I guess. Again, we can tweak these as we go. It does kind of look like it's trying to do like a heart with its fingers. Maybe that's a good thing in terms of storytelling. Probably not for us. Yeah, I like the idea that it's kind of like looking, ooh, excitedly, like it saw something and now it's kind of unable to contain how thrilled it is about something. It's attempting an atomically correct heart. I love that actually. Perfect. Nailed it. All right. I like that. Okay, so I think I'm gonna. Don't want to go to the point where I can't read the sketch, but we'll go. Nah, actually, I think I do want it like. That's not it. We'll go back to where we were. I think that was easiest to work with. Alright, so something like this, maybe. And let's get the tail going here. Okay. So I've definitely talked about this a lot, but one way to kind of make sure that texture works is by showing that texture on the silhouette of the surface, right? Like having, if you want something to look all bumpy and scaly or rough or smooth, kind of like revealing that on that edge can really kind of communicate that. So if I want it to be like having all these kind of like little crinkly textures or lumps or something like that, just by kind of adding it to that edge, it's going to fill in that information for us where now as I see, okay, this is some kind of like, you know, tube of whatever, like it doesn't need to, you know, be understood that this is a tail, but like if I know that this is some kind of like, you know, tube or tail, of course, but I know the form is like this round kind of shape and it's kind of curved, my brain is just going to be like, okay, I see the edges as that crunchy, so now I just understand the whole surface is that crunchy because I see that on both sides of this form, and I know the form is like a cylinder, so if it's on that edge and it's on the far edge, it's on either edge, that probably means that it's like across the whole thing. It's the whole thing is just covered in this kind of texture. So that's kind of the fun thing about being an artist is like understanding like, okay, how do we interpret patterns and like what can I do with understanding how we work to kind of like use that to my advantage. It's kind of like when you have to create an image with a repeating pattern or texture like a brick house, you don't really actually have to paint every single brick kind of thing. You can kind of like imply it and let people's brains fill it in. All right, so I'll probably do another layer for like all the stuff coming off, and this is sort of why I was picking the middle ground for that color. Is the hands I want to kind of like have that strong read, and then this layer is somewhere in between, just so that like when we're looking at it, we can read it, right? For the purposes of creation. We are also coming up to 12 o'clock, so we are well ahead of schedule. Usually, this is something that I'm just getting to at about 1 o'clock. So we're like an hour ahead for this piece already. And even though I'm planning on making it like pretty intense and like detailed and, you know, put a lot into it. At the same time, I think because of how I'm constructing it and like the ideas behind it, it should actually come together fairly quickly. Like we might manage to get it pretty much done today, which would be pretty exciting. But I don't want to make those promises because, well, we'll see how it goes. But I'm feeling good about this. Norm gave me a big thumbs up on it. Um, and I think it's a fun character. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of fiddling of details that we can get into. And what's important for kind of like pacing in creations like this is not getting caught up in those details too early on, right? Again, like you want to create with broad strokes at the beginning so that you can kind of like explore that space more rapidly and pivot. Um, if you are kind of like working on a piece and you start You know, like maybe you figured out the sketch to this point, and that's great. But then you just start by like fully rendering the head, and then like moving down and rendering the shoulders and the hands, and just kind of like going into like complete details and moving from there. You're more bound to run into issues with kind of like composition and design. Um, it's a good principle to kind of like have stages where you like get everything to the same level and then move to the next stage and keep building that way, because then you can kind of like evolve it and balance it and kind of like solve design challenges much easier. Um, like lighting is definitely something that is good to kind of like, it's a powerful one to figure out. But it's also one that it's like you need to do it all, or not all, but like you need to resolve one light source um, across the entire piece, as opposed to just kind of like, okay, here's my light, and I'm gonna kind of like go full detail on all the lighting in just this one section, and then move on and do all the lighting in another section. It's just more difficult to do it that way. And it's something I've done, certainly. Like, these are, you know, things that I'm sharing from experience. Um, but, like, if you want to be effective with kind of like creating your image and getting it to a level that you really, you know, have the potential to, it's really a good idea to kind of like tackle it in phases, like rough concept thumbnails, and then resolving that sketch to kind of like figure it out and like refining those details. Some people will take it to like line work and go further to the point where it's like, okay, this is like almost complete, but it's now just kind of like the like lines are cleaned up for like comics and stuff. That's kind of like part of the process there. But because we don't do outlines and stuff in MouseHunt, we don't need to take a sketch that far. But then like filling in the shapes, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm not worrying about kind of like lighting at all. This is, you know, the lighting can do anything after this stage, but this is more about, okay, I need to make sure to solve shapes and how those read and interact, because that's kind of this phase. Even the colors of what things are don't matter, right? I can, during the next phase, decide on, okay, this is the material colors and general kind of values, like the lighting and things like that. And, you know, we just keep taking it in different stages before we kind of like get to like, oh, this is actually like the final detail pass where we're really getting kind of everything fully rendered. Where I used to, and a lot of artists will do this earlier on in their kind of like how they work. They'll kind of like focus on one area and take it all the way as far as they can. And yeah, I just encourage against that, just because if you need to pivot and you need to tweak things, it's just a lot more difficult. All right, we're going to do another layer behind the character. This will allow us to kind of like more easily add details and work in the file. I'm going to use, let's see, let's go for like, actually like a pink, or I mean, I could also go like cyan. I just need it to be able to read differently. Again, the color is not important. Okay, and I know that I'm going to want to shape these a little differently. They're not quite reading the way I want yet. But let's turn off the sketch and just see, right? If I take a layer and I mask it, or I clip it to the entire folder of these shapes, and then I fill it with black to just get our silhouette, we can kind of understand a little bit about this, but it's maybe not reading excellently. So like, how can we improve this if we wanted to, right? I think that there's this concept of like something standing out of maybe some, plants or something. There's maybe this is a tail. I think the silhouette's going to work a little differently with the kind of like this shape kind of being, almost disappear with the tail over top being solid. But like maybe, we understand these are ears, I think. One of the things the sketch kind of had, I think, was like a little tuft of hair kind of up here maybe. And so it's like, okay, yes, that's the top of a head now. I think I understand that. And these, maybe that's shoulders and an arm, but it's like not necessarily too clear. Oop, that's the wrong sketch. So something that we could try, and it's not guaranteed to kind of be the right answer, but it's worth a shot, would be to take this arm and shift it out. And actually, let's see. The cool thing about Clip Studio is I can kind of like do this transform on multiple layers all at the same time, but I'm going to not have this one selected. Actually, I'm going to leave this. Whoop, didn't mean to do that. I'm also going to just do it to these layers for now. Put the pivot in the shoulder ball socket, and we're going to pivot it out. Okay, and now I'm going to grab the sketch and this hand, and we're going to grab this. And we're going to try the same thing. Okay, so that maybe will help a little. But I think what I want is almost like a gap in that inner elbow, but I'm not sure that this pose is quite right to do that. If I lower the hand down here, that kind of creates enough space for there to be that gap. And the other arm can kind of come out as well, or this is just sticking out more. This might be okay. It's kind of got even more of a, like, a little delight kind of look to it with this pose. Do I want... Like, I like the fingers kind of peeking out over top. It could even be like... Ooh-hoo-hoo. Kind of like, ooh, maybe. I should probably have the pivot like at the elbow. Woo! Alright, let's see. And over here is my collection of kind of pose there. Like, I like the can't contain my excitement energy coming off of the character. What do we think? Norm, what happens if this mouse appears in your dream while sleeping? And Norm's answer, have you ever seen Inception? That. Exactly that. That's perfect. All right. Well. Okay, I think either way, with the elbow kind of coming off of the form and it not kind of like completely being like attached does assist in kind of the silhouette read. So let's see how this looks. I'm just going to have to fill in that shoulder a little bit more. Yeah, arm here can do the work of the elbow, since that would make sense. All right. So if we fill in this silhouette, there's a little bit, perhaps more understanding that this is an arm coming out. Very thin and spindly arm. At least that's what I hope is the read for it. But again, we can continue to refine and refine and refine. Okay, so the hand, I think we can splay these fingers open even more and still get, potentially, we'll see, the like, well, I don't know if this works yet, but I should have probably duplicated the layer before going this crazy with it. It's like, what are these finger joints? Eerie. And I want it to be eerie. Yeah, they're kind of reveling in it, and it's a concern, right? Like, it's not something that should make you feel at ease that they're so ecstatic about whatever is happening. It's not good. I have a concern. Okay, so creepy hands, check. I think that's basically the requirements. It just, yeah, it's got creepy hands. Mouse complete. Ship it. Hi, Charlie. Are you here to be a little troll? Or are you being sweet? What mode are you in right now? Are you gremlin? You seem like you're being sweet. It's like warm in the apartment right now, so often that means that she'll be like sweet and want to cuddle with you and like cause you to overheat even more. Okay, so again, the silhouette can kind of like maybe inform a little bit about like, okay, is this reading? I'm not certain it's super clear currently. So, I mean, maybe we want to try to do something about that. Like, one thing that an animator would probably end up doing is actually have the hands off to the side where you can clearly see the fingers, right? And read that expression. I don't think that's like to the level of how much I need it to kind of like read instantly in terms of that. The way that I'll have them read instantly is have the contrast of the hands over the torso be clear, right? Like have a strong visual contrast where it's, I was on the wrong layer for that. Where like these, different colors that I'm using, oh yeah, that reads instantly. It's easy, right? Nice and clear. So I'll make sure that that's something that's happening when it comes to how the lighting and rendering works. Is silhouette's like a nice thing to nail, but again, it's more like character design. You know, like the silhouette of this character is this kind of like gloopy, kind of, you know, slender creature with, you know, foliage kind of peeling off of it or something like that, versus, you know, like some Dorito chip shaped brute with like, you know, twigs for legs and tree trunks for arms. Like, you put those in the same scene and, you know, like turn off all the lights and just backlight them, it's like, okay, I instantly know who's who. That's kind of like game design, animator, silhouette. Okay, it doesn't matter what that character is even doing. I know it's that character, right? So that's kind of part of it. I think this character does have that unique silhouette shape. The pose may not be the most kind of like, oh, I can see exactly what they're doing, but hey, it's not terrible. You can kind of understand that, you know, maybe their arms are coming together. Maybe they're like, you know, eating a muffin. I don't know. Like, I can't tell because it's, you know, not completely visible, but I can kind of tell in general what the pose is, right? That's fine. But yeah, as I said, you know, there are different kind of like levels of consideration for legibility, right? So one of the things is like, depending on what stage you're at in the design, you can kind of like use different techniques to improve it, right? So near the end of a piece, when I'm kind of like in the final, you know, polishing passes on it, even if something's like, I can't quite like read like it's a little bit noisy, it's a bit messy, it's hard to kind of like interpret what's happening because there's just so much happening, and it's, you know, there's a lot of contrast. It's not resolved enough. You can use your kind of like lighting to do like rim light and like knock back stuff and push stuff forward to like separate those visually. And, you know, depending on what stage you're at, there's different techniques to kind of utilize to do things like that. Anyways, let's go back to looking at our lovely friend. Hello, it missed us. And we'll keep going. So we are at, yeah, 1:15 noon. So we still have like a good 45 minutes of rendering and filling in details and resolving things before I go on my lunch break. So we got lots that we can get done. And I think that, yeah, like what I'd like to do is maybe work on some of these shapes to kind of figure out you know, ooh, do I want to tweak that to be a little bit different, right? Like I kind of think that like really needly hairs and stuff like that coming off of it could look extra good, and you know, I think you might get an idea of what I'm going to be going for with this. So I'll just kind of mention the idea of like these kind of like spores and stuff coming off of it. Like little fungal growths or something, right? I think that's something that is going to be hard to kind of like not see when I start rendering more and more. So I figure I may as well actually put that in. Let's actually turn these into just that. A little kind of maybe mushroomy kind of growths, just kind of springing out of his noggin. Alright. And then I think any of these kinds of like leaves, foliage kind of look, I want them to be like really crispy. Like they have been dead and crumbled. They are not healthy leaves. Okay. Maybe a bit too crumbled at that part. Let's see, for this layer, I think I'll even have kind of like a branch kind of poking out here maybe. But I want it to look like it's not healthy. Completely dead branch maybe. We'll see. That's going to take rendering to make that work, right? So, you know, that's kind of part of it, is like you can only do so much with each of these stages, which is a good thing, because it's like, okay, I'm done with this pass, and now I get to move on to like the next level and build up. Let's see, I think I can do a bit more shaping with these, but again, it's almost like at a certain point I want to do those details closer into kind of like the render pass, and not like the detail pass, more the like general lighting consideration. So like for example, I might want these leaves here to actually have kind of like a crispy, you know, brown look to them. But to start, I want to kind of generally start solving my lighting by having everything rendered as if it's in overcast kind of day. There's no direct light on anything. It's even in shadow. And then I like to build light on top of that and kind of like add it together. So then I can decide, okay, I want a light source behind them, and it's kind of like a soft light. So there isn't harsh shadows, but it's filling in the forms, and we start to kind of like pull those forms out and build them. And then another light source could be kind of stacked on the opposite side that like has like harsh light, and it's got like strong drop shadows and stuff. And the way that those will combine and interact creates like a very dynamic render, and it's a nice quick way to kind of build forms too. But yeah, as I said, I want to kind of like keep these in shadow, but I like the idea that they're kind of like showing what was once a vital kind of, you know, living plant is now kind of desiccated and crumbling to dust, or transforming, or being blighted, or something like that, right? Like that's kind of the concept that I think is interesting. But the lighting will help with that, and then obviously, like once we've kind of resolved that generally, doing like detail passes on it, and so forth. What's going on there? It's interesting. It adds light. I thought this. Oh, because of the. I changed the color mode to normal, but when it's through the internal layer types work as intended. When you switch a folder to normal, it kind of impacts how layers work within it, but it lets other layers interact in important ways. So that's interesting. Okay, so I'm going to turn that back down. I don't need this layer too frequently. And it's fine that we have it actually kind of like adding lighting at this point. We've kind of like figured out our silhouette shapes for the most part. This part here down at the bottom, I think I actually want to spread this out even more, and normally I have everything resolve with a hard edge because that allows how I like to render to kind of work better. Just the way that I like to kind of like build layers on top of flat, opaque kind of layers, it just is more controlled, especially for doing things like a silhouette. But for this purpose, I'm actually going to put a clipping mask over top, and I'm going to use my gentle brush to just fade it out into kind of like the ground around. And because it's a clipping mask, that means that it's a non-destructive way of erasing this layer. I can come back and fill in that clipping mask to kind of bring back the layer that was masked away. So that'll let me kind of like easily play around with the shape without kind of having to repaint things as it gets kind of like put back in. I'm not sure if that made much sense, but if you're familiar with the way that masking works, that might be something that makes sense. Yeah, it's just a nice way to kind of like figure out the forms where I can easily kind of like add and remove, and all the rendering that ends up happening in it isn't kind of like ruined through just like if I were to just straight up take the eraser to that layer, that would permanently remove those pixels, but this just hides them. Okay, so I think that, let's see, I'm even going to move the sketch above the silhouette here, not that I need to. That's pretty good. This here instantly gives me the idea that I really want this character to be really kind of like have a kind of silhouette lighting where it's backlit and a little bit underlit, because that's eerie, right? Like that's definitely makes it more creepy. They are more maniacal looking due to that. Alright, cool. I guess one could say cool. Alright, so in that case, I think I'm going to start to, like, I feel like I've gotten the shapes. We still have half an hour before our break. And I think I'm going to start to kind of like figure out the general kind of colors and really loose lighting pass. I'm actually even going to turn the sketch down lower. Let's see. These I think I want to make darker as well. So one way to do that will actually be to put a clipping mask over it and multiply or even brightness. It's difficult to like put it fully into shadow and like be able to work on top of it. It kind of gets harder to resolve and read. But in this case, it's maybe not a bad thing. So I'll combine that and do the same thing here. Or I'm just encouraging it to, you know, drop down into a darker value. Okay, so it's interesting. The sketch portion is actually using the light to kind of like help resolve most of this. I think what I do absolutely need to do is actually like start to fill in some of the general lighting, because it's going to be hard to work on this without some of that form to, you know, help us read. I need to grab a color from somewhere else. Let me just do that. And that. And that. Yeah. Okay. That color. Pardon me, I'm just grabbing some swatches of stuff I might want. Ignore me. All right. Cool. Okay. So let's try to generally kind of like figure out our lighting structure here. So one thing that's kind of nice to do is actually start almost with a, well, actually, absolutely, with a gradient of some kind. Probably don't want to use this rainbow gradient, though it is nice. Let's go with, I thought there's just kind of, let's see, foreground to transparent. That's what I want. So if I do that, that's not quite what I want out of it. Let's grab that darker color. That's a little better, maybe. Okay, so then I can start to just kind of like erase this to kind of like suggest the forms. Now, I'm imagining there's kind of maybe a little bit of a general light, the atmospheric light, if you will, from above to kind of like give suggestions of the form. But what I think I'll really end up having to do is like really darken the whole piece a lot more. I think it's going to be quite a kind of like darker scene, and in fact, I think one way I might want to tackle this is by creating a bit of a kind of more background color. What would be right for this? Not quite that. Maybe something like this would be good. And let's try that as a gradient. So something like that might be appropriate for this character, I think. And then just for the sake of it, because I think we need it to be just immediately like, let's do one of these. And do I do this as an add glow and then a layer on top? Probably. Probably how we do it. Yeah, that's just not safe anymore. Not that it ever was, but like you're in danger now, I guess. So just be aware. Yeah. So spooky indeed. Not that I think it needs a bling, like, you know, I'll leave that out for now. We can potentially do something with that later, but it's found something. Cool. I guess. Here, I'm actually going to pull that back a bit. Yeah. All right. So, I think this purple, we're going to start to deepen the whole piece here. Yeah, because I think I need it to be silhouetted on the backdrop, and like I want it to start quite a bit darker, and we can add light into it, right? So we're starting where we're in the shadows, effectively. So everything's kind of got this purple shadow look to it. The sketch, honestly, I'm gonna now turn that back to multiply, so we can just kind of barely use that. In fact, I'm going to make a selection of the rendering and have that masked so we don't have all that like extra sketch debris around. Oof, this is definitely eerie. All right, so now that we have this kind of like, okay, we are now in shadow. We can barely even tell what we're looking at, and that's kind of the purpose at this moment for the piece. Sorry, I'm like, my camera staging is terrible. Not that it matters, but I'll drop that down so we can kind of, I'm not just like melting at a frame. Okay, so one thing we can do is like use this kind of shadow pass and erase away at it to kind of like start to develop this atmospheric lighting on the character. So basically, I'm just imagining, okay, so it's a cloudy, moody day, and, you know, if there were this kind of light, general light source of the just area that's just kind of filling in the forms, just enough that we can kind of see them, you know, everything's still in shadow. We don't have anything under direct light. But we're starting to kind of see the shapes of things, right? Now I did mention also, okay, the hands, you know, a good way that we're going to need to resolve these is make sure that the contrast for those reads. So that'll be something we'll consider as we're going. But yeah, I just want to say about it, like, okay, so this is a round form, so I want to show that. But these arms are kind of blocking this soft light and creating shadows. So I'll put those back in, right? We're losing some edges, and that's fine. This pass is not to make things readable. It's to kind of like fill in the very, very basic kind of lighting structure. And in fact, I think it's too saturated looking for it. So I'm actually going to drop another clipped layer. I'm going to set that to saturation, and we're going to drop that to nothing. And we're just going to do a pass over it. And what's interesting is because we were like used to seeing this as like purple, the moment we like ripped out all of the saturation, doesn't that look green right now? Right? Like it looks green. But what's interesting is that's actually because of like the relative colors around it and how we've been seeing it. This is actually just gray, right? It's not a green, but because of the purples, it flips to the other side of the wheel. So purple over here, green over here. Due to the contrast, like our brain sees it as green, but it's actually just gray. Like if I grab the colors in it, like we're over in the reds and purples still. There's nothing that's green about it. But our brain is like, that's definitely green, right? Right? So that's kind of fun. All right, but what we'll do is we'll pull that back. We don't need to go completely desaturated. I just don't want it to be like really strongly saturated because there's very little light that's working here, um, and when you have very little light, there's less information. There's less kind of resolve details that make it to our brain or our eyeballs to be interpreted by our brain, right? Um, so something like that. Now it feels like it's like, okay, you encountered this thing out in a dark field. Uh, I can barely see what it is. The colors aren't very strong. There's no direct light on it, so it's kind of hard to see. And that's perfect. Like I could maybe clean it up a little bit and ship it like this, and I'd be like, yep, that's what it needed to be. Nailed it. But we're gonna like make it read better. We're gonna add details. We're gonna make it look really cool and exciting and fun and terrifying. So yeah, enjoy, I guess. Um, I guess. All right, so we're gonna add another layer on top now, and this also is clipped because we were just kind of building on the main form of this character, and now we can kind of decide, okay, what is a light source we want to apply to this? And I think a purple light coming from underneath would be cool as heck. It'd be at least really dramatic. Now, what kind of like type of lighting it would be, I'm not sure yet. But let's just honestly like we'll set it to an add glow layer, and what you can do is you can actually just like throw it over the whole thing, right? If you want. Also, thank you for the emojis. I appreciate that. And now it's like, okay, that light is evenly hitting every single surface, like every angle perfectly, and that makes no sense, right? This like pink light is just perfectly angled and even, and no, not really a good way to do that, right? That's not what I want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to like erase it where it would make sense that it wouldn't be. So I think because of the form, maybe it's better to paint it in actually. So I'm going to wipe that out and try again. Sometimes it's good to just drop it over the whole thing and work that way. Other times it's better to just kind of, selectively paint it in. So what I'll do is I'll start on like the left side, and I'm gonna say, okay, yeah, it's kind of below the character. I'm not worried about kind of like putting it in the wrong spot so much. I'm just kind of filling it in a bit. We'll smooth it out. I think this is still like a softer light source, but it's more has a direction to it. Unfortunately, it's not going to get the portions of the arms in front, right? But what this lets us do is kind of like look at it and be like, okay, well, if it's coming from underneath, it's not going to be on the top of the head or the top of the ears, so we can erase it from there. It's not going to be on the tops of the shoulders, or maybe, it could wrap around the shoulder or that arm a little bit, but depending on the angle I'm thinking of, I'll kind of erase away where I think that light can't reach, right? And depending on the quality of the light, if it's like a very, point light, it's coming from a very tiny source, it's going to have very strong kind of like terminators is kind of what they can be called, where the light kind of falls off of the surface harshly. Whereas like a diffused light is like a large light source, like a light that's diffused over a cloud is a very diffused light source because the whole cloud scatters the light over its entire form, and it's a large form. So that light can end up coming from like one side of the cloud or the other side of the cloud and hitting that light source, from multiple angles, and so it doesn't create a harsh shadow because that shadow is kind of like getting light from a lot of different angles, and it smears the shadow. Whereas if it comes from a point, all that light just kind of either hits it or it misses. And so that's how you get like hard or soft edges on shadows, is kind of like what the light source shape actually is, right? So now we can do things like, oh, okay, so this arm is actually, or the torso is getting in the way of where that light would come from on that arm. So we're just going to erase that. Those photons coming from the light source couldn't hit that. This thing's in the way, so I'm going to erase those and let that kind of like vanish. And it can be a lot of that. This maybe isn't the best form to kind of like do this technique on, but it's a really, really effective technique, I find. I'm going to soften those just a little bit. I do think that this one's still kind of a softer light source. Generally, I like to kind of like figure out my kind of mood lights, the like fill lights, which are generally a little softer. The ones that kind of like help you show the forms, the dimensions of the kind of shapes. I'm going to do the arms and the tail because I think that will actually help with kind of like building up the rest of this character, right? So we'll add this light here and do the same thing. So this is an add glow layer. It may not be the correct layer type. Sometimes you can just use a normal layer, of course, or like screen, lighten. It's just kind of like, you know, how it acts is kind of, you know, play around with it, mess around with the layer types. I know lots of artists who actually kind of paint the opposite. They'll paint the shadows in and start with kind of more light on the form. And I actually also paint that way quite a lot. And there you can use like multiply layers with like different colors in them, and it can just, like, the cool thing about digital painting is like you can do a lot of different things, and it can be very effective. There's no kind of right or wrong way to do it. There's just kind of like the techniques that work for you for that piece, you know. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it feels very decrepit tentacle with the silhouette. I think that's pretty apt, actually. It's not a bad kind of like character to invoke. They're not the same mechanically necessarily, right? Like, because the way the area works isn't the same, but kind of like the, you know, maybe that's the kind of vibe that the character can inhibit. I don't know that they're as kind of like, you know, oh no, I never want to run into this character, right? I actually think that there will be times that you want to pursue this character for sure. But they are definitely troublesome. They can be good to catch, very bad to not. But even kind of like encountering them could be, you know, counterproductive to what you're going for. Depends on the situation, of course, but that's just, you know, more how the area works, not something I'll actually get into here. But so, you know, this is one lighting pass here, and we can kind of like try another light pass, right? So what we could do for this one is maybe let's go for more of a kind of like orange light, and could try like screen or lighten, and maybe do like a rim light kind of thing where it's like coming from behind the character, and it can help kind of express, you know, more of the forms by kind of having it wrap around those shapes, right? Plus, like, orange and purple are kind of like pretty dynamic together. Can be an exciting color and light combination, dramatic and, you know, pretty strong. And I think that like solidifies in a sense like the forms a bit. It might not be quite what I want on the character, but like I think that this does increase how it reads. So again, like what did I do for this one? Was it a screen layer or light? Yeah, it was a screen layer. Let's try a lighten layer, see how different that is. Generally, they're kind of close, and I always kind of like forget what ones I prefer for what scenario. And a good thing to do is actually what I've referred to as the sphere test, to kind of choose your lighting angles and do a study of how the light will work. We're actually still 10 minutes away from my lunch break, and we're already doing kind of like some details in the lighting. That's pretty good. Pretty good. It's been a while since I've kind of like started a mouse on stream and kind of like potentially finished it on stream. Um, they tend to go pretty effectively. Like I do get a lot done every time I stream, so it's actually something I love to do. When I'm kind of like, oh, I got a lot of work to get done, because I generally don't get distracted. Honestly, I do tend to be much easier to get distracted when I'm kind of like doing my regular routine, you know, throw on like some crafting videos and like listen to them and like just kind of paint away, but every once in a while it's kind of like, okay, I'm going to watch how that's done, and then oops, there went like 15 minutes just kind of watching a video instead of kind of like working while observing. So I need to be careful about doing that at times, because I can sometimes end up losing, you know, a lot more than just 20 minutes here and there. So I try to reserve my lunch break for when I kind of like get the details out of the videos. But again, it's like when I'm streaming, like I want a non-stop work, because I don't want it to be, you know, a dull video. So I'm gonna keep, you know, putting down paint. So yeah, like I tend to be pretty effective. Let's see, what layer do I want? This one. Not quite the right saturation color there. I should use this swatch. Yes, that's the swatch, in fact. Yeah, so this is why I kind of try to keep to like audiobooks or podcasts, because it's harder to get, you know, caught up in it, where like it's fine to like listen to stuff and paint, like those parts of my brain don't conflict. Like if I was coding or writing, obviously I couldn't listen to someone talking. It would be, you know, crossing the wires there. But when it comes to painting, it actually occupies some parts of the brain that I find better to kind of like just give it something to chew on while I kind of just do my art flow thing, which is kind of like what happens when I'm streaming and I just ramble. Honestly, in my regular day to day, I think I would be more like a faster worker if I just talk to myself while painting, because that's effectively what I do on stream. Like I'm not holding a conversation with you guys generally. I totally ignore the chat too often. I might, you know, like it's not like the chat's flying by or anything, and I wouldn't be able to keep up. I just kind of like get into a zone and try to put on, you know, Jacob Radio for you. So there's something if you are listening in. A lot of people just have the stream open in a tab where they can see it, but they're not necessarily like, listening to me drone on. But again, if I were to just kind of like ramble to myself, I would probably actually get more work done. I feel like that'd be kind of weird. Streaming Feedback Friday is a good excuse to do that this way. Alright, so that's not terrible. I might end up doing like another lighting pass on the other side. Maybe like a nice kind of cyan would look pretty. So let's just try it. Again, we're not on lunch break yet, so let's just kind of like it's awesome to be able to just kind of like quickly knock things in to see what it'd do. And being able to do that just before lunch is kind of good because then I can really step back and observe and see what I think of this, right? And right now I'm kind of like, not sure that that's right. Overlay could be good. Ads. Fine. Lighten or screen. They're very similar. Overlay kind of looked neat. It more so just added depth into it. There's like a bit of lighting, but it's more just kind of like interesting. So that's kind of cool. I don't know if it's helping with the legibility of things, but I don't hate it. It just kind of feels like it's adding some dimension. So that's kind of cool. I'll definitely need it on the arms to really see what's going on though. So let's do another clipping layer. We're going to set you to overlay. We're also going to drop this color in the swatch so I can grab it if I lose it. And let's just throw that on there. It's cold, right? Like it's eerie and kind of creepy cold. So it's interesting. All right. So something that's super important as well is, I should set up the template file with this already on. That's something I'll need to do. Always kind of look at it in grayscale. And what I like to do, and I can do this by throwing like a, using filters to do it. But basically looking at this squinted, how well does this read? And right now there's not contrast in the right places. Like I need the face to have more detail resolved out of it. Although at the same time with what this character is, having the face kind of like almost kind of like consumed by the glow of the eyes is pretty good. But there's certain things like the leaves and stuff aren't kind of at the value they're supposed to be at. But we're going to want to kind of like push and pull the value structure to work better for this character. And the atmosphere of the background, all kinds of stuff, there's still lots to solve to really make that work. But we are 1 minute away from going on our lunch break. So I'm going to just kind of like discuss where we're going to go from here and get ready to take a break and step away from this for a bit. But basically what's going to happen is I'm going to put up the time lapse thus far so we can kind of see the journey this character has been on. I'm also going to give it a save. That's super important to do. And I hadn't saved since the file was started. Although there is an autosave that happens. I think it's like every 15 or 10 minutes. What's cool though is I haven't noticed it like freeze the program since I upgraded. I used to be working in version 1 up until like a week or two ago. I was working in the first version of Clip Studio. Finally, there was a nice sale. I ended up just being like, hey, hit grab, I'm buying this, compensate me. And now I'm version 4, and it's beautiful. Works so good. All right, we are at 1 o'clock. I'm going on lunch. I will have a Larry link for you all when I return, but until then, I'm going to put up the time lapse and let's enjoy the kind of like process that we had. So set that to all. It's cool that it like has it kind of like recording in the kind of landscape that we were working in, and then it kind of leaves room so it doesn't do something weird when I flip or reshape the canvas. So that's nice to see. Okay, so it's a short video because we haven't been doing too much, but not terrible. All right, I'm also going to put up a timer so you know when I will return. But until such time, we're going to put this to 59 minutes. So you know exactly when I'm going to return. I probably should have left a little more room. I'll put this down here and shrink it. Whoop. There we go. All right, so I'll be back in 58 minutes and change. See you soon. Ooh, we're back. Lunch is done. We're here to art. Welcome back from the break. Alright, so I will share my Larry link. There you go. Enjoy. I should claim it myself. Excellent. Thank you, Larry. Alright, so where we left off, we had started to kind of like explore lighting for the character. Blocked in a fair amount of it. There's definitely a lot to go that I'd like to try and tackle for this character. So there's definitely like all of the kind of foliage. There's a lot of texture considerations. There's lighting that I'm probably going to want to tweak. Sorry, let me move the microphone in case it was kind of quiet. And yeah, so one of the comments was that the orange kind of takes away from the eyes. And actually, it's not a bad point. I don't disagree with you on that. So I think I'll try kind of adjusting that a bit. First of all, we can increase the eye glow. Now that we have more light, it's kind of more appropriately balanced to do that. So I'm down with that. But one thing we could try would be to pull back this lighting. And if I use like a gradient, that might actually work great. So let's see, if I do this, that might not work. Alright, so if I erase the whole thing and then fill it with a gradient, that might be a little more effective. So let's try something a little more like that, so that we still get this orange kind of to play with the purple, but it kind of like gives a little more space. I'm gonna unlink those. A little more space from the eyes. Let's just find where I like that. Okay. So we can kind of shift this around to play with kind of how strong it is. But I think that's not bad. There was without it having a bit of a gradient. Here it is with a gradient. So it's implying that like the strength of the light source is kind of weak. It falls off very quickly. So that's kind of nice actually. And I'll actually bring the same gradient over to where it's affecting on the hands to kind of match that. So I like that. And yeah, if I kind of zoom out and take it in as just kind of like this little thumbnail, now the eyes really do kind of stand out. If I turn that off again, not that one, that one, it still works, but it is a little bit kind of harder to pick out the eyes in that. So I think it's not a bad call to make sure there's a little more range between those. They're not kind of competing for the light, like being these light sources. I think it'll also be affected when I kind of like apply this lighting to all the foliage here, because obviously these are going to kind of be impacted by it as well. And there's a lot of surface area that's going to be kind of pointed towards that. So we'll see what happens. I might need to adjust kind of the color, the strength, etc. If I even keep this light, that's not guaranteed. But yeah, one of the things I think I want to do is add some more kind of like texture to the actual material of this mouse. So that maybe I should do next, because it's kind of like high impact. The sooner I resolve that, the better, because it kind of will change a lot of how stuff continues on the piece. I think it'd be good to kind of like resolve the face as well. And yeah, so this light feels like it's coming from below, so I don't think I want the top of the ear to get lit by it anymore. Really feels like it's kind of coming from underneath. So we'll actually just completely get rid of any of that on top and let it kind of like still show up underneath here. Maybe a little bit on that ear, but the neck is probably kind of blocking some of it. And then if we have this light feeling like it's coming from below, I guess it can actually be more like that, and we'll soften that edge and maybe even lose it on the top of the shoulder a bit more. Yeah, because right now it's kind of coming from all kinds of different angles, but I think I do actually want it to be, you know, down on the ground behind. Like there's a little fire glowing just off to the side, and like almost like a candle or something, because they tend to have very quick fall off. Alright, so the fingers. And again, these are like more refining kind of details that should get resolved perhaps a bit later in the process, but sometimes it's good to just kind of like poke a little bit of that detail in just so that we don't forget to later. And I think I want to make sure to get this blue on the inside of these fingers, although I might actually give the fingers a little bit more of their own kind of thing going on with light, like glowing nails or something like that, but not necessary yet. Okay, so the face, let's go to the face, and I think we'll just do another layer here. So it's below the lighting layers. Then again, maybe I'll just go right on top. That way I can really control everything that's going on here. Can always do our own lighting on top of this. So do I want the nose to be kind of like this dark, almost void? The mouth, or at least the teeth, I feel like maybe that blue now how that mouth is handled is probably going to be actually really potent, and I think what I want to get out of this character is like a little bit of delight, and it being kind of a worrying thing to see. So maybe something like that is alright. Again, it really would be a benefit to kind of resolve where the light source is and its quality, because right now I'm kind of just, you know, I think it's probably around here. So if we have this kind of blue coming from behind, then it would be blocked by that ear. But like, what's the angle? Is it also like this orange and coming from below? You know, I kind of like it being able to kind of define this cheek here actually, and like be a bit in front even. So I'd need to adjust certain parts of the character, but now that I'm kind of like working on the face, it's kind of like, no, I kind of want some of this lighting to work on the face, right? In which case, where it is on the rest of this character might have to be adjusted. But that's just how this cookie will crumble. It's going to be, at this point, we're going to start kind of going a bit back and forth on things. Like, I'm going to make this change, and therefore I'm going to have to kind of maybe repaint a little bit of the lighting on where that is. Just as we kind of start to create more interesting details, there might be a bit of those kinds of requirements. One of the things that I think would look nice on this as well is kind of like treating the ear as a thinner kind of membrane. And so if that's the case and we have this kind of like warm glow, and yet it's this kind of like purplish material, let's say, maybe we'd have that warm light coming through and kind of combining with that material color, right? A nice way to kind of make these tweaks is to just do it on a whole new layer, and then you can adjust and kind of see what looks right for you. Push and pull, tweaking it, and then if you like kind of how that looks, you can also see like before and after easily, then either you keep that extra layer and just keep going, or you can potentially even just flatten it into the layers, depending on the style you're kind of working in. That can be a good thing, but in general, it's not a bad idea to keep your layers, and it's less destructive, but sometimes it's beneficial to combine them. Yeah, so here we're kind of like implying that these ears are a bit thinner and the light is kind of like scattering through them. So let's give it a little flip. It kind of like helps us to see it with fresh eyes. I like to even flip it upside down and then ask myself, does the weight work? Is gravity looking like it's kind of like pulling on forms, or, you know, like do the volumes of the shapes, like the dimensional shape, look like it kind of fits in this kind of space? Currently it looks like it's like, you know, defying gravity in an interesting way. So I would say that the volume and the weighting has something going on. So that's not terrible. I think I want to we'll go on to this lower layer, go to our brightness, set it as a brightness layer, and then I'm gonna, maybe I need to go higher up here. Yeah, I need to be up here above that glow. Or rather, instead of that, I should actually erase some of the glow here. And not a bad way to do it would be to use masks. That way I can kind of like change what is erased and what isn't. Okay. So just want to get a little more shadow under that arm, but it might be a bit too much shadow above. If we look at the grayscale of this, we can kind of like see the values and kind of like try and understand how the interpretation is working. Right now, the hand here, especially this finger in the middle, is really struggling. There's kind of like a artifact where the shoulder and this finger are kind of lining up a little too close and they're confusing each other. Like it's kind of like what's shoulder, what's finger. So that I'm going to have to kind of like figure out how to make those read separate from each other in a more useful way. I think the like the form, like that gesture of the shoulders, I lost something from the sketch to the render, and that happens a lot. You'll find that you'll really like the action or the like something about this sketch really works great, and I like it a lot. And then when you render it out, you lose something, right? That definitely is something a lot of artists are kind of familiar with. Um, and part of that is because, like in the sketch, it's not as resolved, it's not as definite. And then when you start to uh, detail in and kind of like specify all those details, whatever kind of like you could loosely interpret in the sketch had the right movement, it had the right kind of angles. And then when you converted it, you kind of like missed whatever those angles were that were working, or like how well it was resolved. Like maybe you need to have that fall away more because the sketch was more kind of lost looking in that spot or whatever. But it's kind of like the idea of like when you're concepting really rough and you kind of can see more or see different versions of it in the same drawing based on kind of like how you're interpreting the like smeared scribbles and stuff. Um, so yeah, right here it's kind of a case of like it might have worked in the sketch, but now that I've kind of like defined these edges, we're having trouble. And this gesture, there was something about the sketch that made it look more alive, and so I need to kind of like play around with that to get it back. But honestly, it could have even been how I kind of like took away some of the this rim light. I feel like was kind of helping to show me like, oh, here's where the collarbone kind of is dropping on this side and it's raised up more on that side. Stuff like that. So this is kind of like maybe my paint over detail layer, where I can just kind of like take whatever the basic lighting structure is and then just paint directly over it with my own thing. Also, I think I should actually turn off the sketch. It's not needed at a certain point, so it's good to get rid of. All right, so I'm at a little bit of a crossroads where it's like I can kind of start to fix details and make things resolve nicer. I can work on the foliage, which is going to be a part of making sure this is all balanced. And also I can start to work on the texture. The texture is not what I want out of this yet. It's too smooth. I need to make it like earthy. And so I think I want to start with the texture, because a lot of how that's going to work, it's going to actually like change how I need to do the lighting, I think. So there's a few ways I could go about it. I could do it under the current lighting and then like shift the lighting around, or I could do it over top of the lighting and then relight, or just paint it with the new lighting. Okay, so I'm going to try going over top first, just to see what that does. So I'm actually going to be doing things like changing the silhouette even a little bit. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I think I might even start to bring in more of a kind of textured brush. And again, this is kind of like, it might be the worst way to go about doing this technique. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so one of the things I want to do is kind of like create this almost like rippling kind of texture of this almost not wrinkling, but crunchy, earthy porous, because right now it's like this smooth like Play-Doh kind of looking stuff, and I think it's going to be a lot more mottled with like grains and little bits of kind of like texture coming off of it, something like that. It's in my head. I kind of like have an idea of how it should look, and I'm just gonna have to start going and see what comes out of it, because it's one of those things where I can't really, you know, explain it until I see it myself. But I also think we can get some really interesting potential with like almost like an inner glow coming from it. Like, this ain't an ordinary mouse. It's not made out of the normal mousy stuff, I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's kind of something else. Okay. No, it is not a Rift mouse. This is for the upcoming area. I can definitely understand why that would be a question, though, because it's kind of got some of that like Rift mist quality almost to it. But no, this is not related to the Rift. Okay, I don't want to get too like, if I go too far with this, I'm going to start to, make the other parts of this difficult to read. So I like the idea of this like inner glow kind of traveling up the character, but I'm going to almost like a lava lamp apparently. I'm going to pull it back so we're not getting too conflicted up here with the hands, right? I think if it's at the base, it's enough to kind of suggest what's going on, and then I can have little kind of dots of it up the sides of this character, and I think that'll communicate what I'm hoping it can. So we'll see though. But yeah, like, I'm imagining like clay that is being kind of like pulled and changing its shape, and it's like ripping and kind of, those kinds of seams is where this is kind of spilling out of almost. So like, if it was kind of like compacted wet clay that was suddenly being torn up, that would be like where this would be kind of like peeking through. Yeah, something like that. I don't know if that's right for what I want, but and just kind of that's like an idea that just popped into my head about like, okay, what is it that we're seeing? What is this mouse showing us? And it's kind of like bursting out of the ground almost. And to do that, it's kind of like ripping through these layers and pulling them up with it. Yeah, I like that concept. I think that's interesting. So I guess what I would want to do to show that properly would be to have these rips be less dramatic the further away from the epicenter of this, I guess. But still kind of like showing how it's kind of traveling around this material. And then here around this part, it's really kind of just torn itself apart. And there'd be like kind of big gaps between this clay or earth or whatever. And then it goes in, it like smoothly kind of transitions into this mouse, perhaps. Something like that. It just feels, yeah, exactly. Like it implies that the ground is kind of dry with the way that this is ripping, which I think is fine, right? And like the plant matter is going to be like completely dried out. Like they're just crispy and crumbling apart, where this creature is just bursting from the ground. So that's just the idea that is kind of like speaking to me, if you will, about it almost like not growing out of the ground, but like just tearing its way out kind of idea. So hopefully this is kind of communicating that a bit. Again, I'm not certain that this is like actually where I'm going to end up with this piece, but it's just an idea that popped into my head. So I'm like, you know what? I want to see where this goes because it sounds interesting. And I know I want to get more kind of like interesting looking texture into the character. So okay. Let's look at that in grayscale. So again, I think that we need to kind of like resolve these values a bit better. The background can be a big part of that. I think I'll actually want to kind of like do a little bit of work on the background really soon, just to make sure that it complements what's going on. And also I think I'll have it kind of like vignette away. I don't know that I want it to be edge to edge because it can kind of like look, you know, bad in the mouse lineup where all of them have like, you know, they may have like atmosphere around them and stuff, but the edges of the image are white to kind of match everything in that lineup. And then if this has kind of like a hard edge, gray or, you know, color, whatever, it just kind of, it can be not great looking. Right, so I'm going to put actually all these into a folder, and I'll put a mask over that folder so that I can do this. And this. And this. And this. Alright, and then I'll switch to my big gentle brush and just kind of pull it in a bit more. Now, we do lose some of the kind of drama of having such a dark background, but I think we can bring it back in other ways. I might change my mind. I might allow it to like keep its full coverage background because it really does create more tension, and you know, I think that's nice for this character. But we'll see what we can do. I think it's better to attempt the kind of like vignetted backdrop, um, and change our minds about it and go back, than to kind of like just not attempt it at least. And get this kind of like nasty, smoggy smoke. I like the idea of kind of showing swirls and stuff, but actually it kind of ends up giving it too much of a kind of like, ooh, rift, with kind of swirly clouds. So I'll try not to actually imply that. But I like the, potential to show actually just kind of like currents in like dust and smoke and stuff, because I mean that's just what happens, right? You get like eddies and swirls, and causes the particles to be denser here and there, and you get wisps of stuff, and it flows and curls and all that cool stuff. So it's a nice detail to be able to kind of like play with. But yeah, like I'm worried that this little kind of like loop, it suddenly is just like, I'm rift, right? So I'm gonna dodge that, even though I liked how that looked. I don't know if I just made it worse by having it like be a larger kind of swirl. Feels even more rifty. It's a big, thick kind of like cloud wrapping around in on itself, right? Anyways, we can really just play with that. I think it's best to kind of like bounce around and try and hit all the different kind of like areas before we go too far on any one detail, right? Interesting. It's an interesting concept, having the toxic spill kind of related to what's happening here. I think we'll have to consider that. Alright, so again, like I'm not feeling like I have enough texture on the character yet. So I'm going to keep playing with this. I think I'm going to keep this layer here as that kind of like crackly glow. But I'm going to do another layer, and this one's going to be more about kind of like bulking up the like earthy texture of this character. So like something that I think would be good to actually use some texture brushes. Now, of course, the problem with this is I'm working outside of the existing silhouette, and I want to maintain like how opaque the shapes are, so that when I do the silhouette, it's not like some weird kind of like part hanging off the edge is kind of like not actually filled in, right? Like this is why I use fully opaque brushes to block in my colors, because if you're using like textured and soft rendering brushes, you can end up missing, like it's not fully opaque, and then when you go to like drop a silhouette over the thing, it's gonna have these weird kind of gaps as the kind of like black fill attempts to kind of like turn all pixels into pure black, because these have transparency, they're going to become gray instead. So this is something to kind of like understand that even though it might look good in this instance, it's going to potentially have issues that need to be kind of tweaked. So where am I in this layers? Okay, I'll go here, and I'm now just kind of grabbing this and using a fully opaque brush, kind of filling this in. And honestly, like, the way that I should probably be doing this is going into the original shape layer, making these changes, going into the shadow or lighting layer, making the changes there. So you know what, honestly, let's turn that off and let's see how hard it is to do it the proper way. Because I might as well try to do it the proper way, right? So I could turn off all the layers to get the base color, but I think I have it here. Okay, so we're gonna stop the kind of clipping so I can paint outside of the lines again. And basically I'm just kind of looking to add some crunch to the neck, if you will, to the shape. Add some texture. You know, as I mentioned, like, when you define the silhouette with specific texture, it's going to make the whole thing feel like the surface all over has that. Right? So if I start adding these little kind of crunchy kind of nubs and pebbles and that kind of a feeling, very quickly we start to get a feeling that the whole character... Yeah, this is definitely an easier way to tackle this. Doing a layer on top to resolve some like finer details is generally better suited to when you're painting inside, and there's a lot that you'd have to end up doing to convert every single layer below it, when it'd be just so much faster to just paint over top and nail what you want. So, but for this, I'm thinking it's fine to just kind of go in and handle it this way. So now I can go into like this lighting layer and the mask on it, and then I can kind of, you know, erase away or paint it back in. Right? And if I really want this texture, I can just be like, okay, so there's like deeper kind of texture all over this thing that the light isn't kind of perfectly, or the surface isn't perfectly smooth, and the light isn't kind of like reacting the same everywhere. So there's like a lot of texture just because of this light that we can kind of see now. Meanwhile, like, not the whole surface is going to show us that detail, but because the light is passing more information to our eyeballs, because, you know, more photons to work with, I'm now seeing, oh wait, there's this kind of like crunchiness to it. But not everywhere is necessarily needing to tell me that. So, I don't know. Again, if you are familiar with my stream, this is kind of like par for the course, where it's just like, oh yeah, Jacob has no idea what he's, you know, the roadmap for what he's doing isn't something that exists. Like, he does not have a plan going in. It's just kind of, you know, mess around and find out kind of thing, right? Just kind of, that sounds neat. I'll try that. Like, originally I was kind of thinking, yeah, it's going to be like this kind of smooth, slimy looking drop of a mouse or something, and now I'm kind of liking the idea of it's like this crunchy, crusty looking creepazoid, if you will. I don't know. Like, I guess if I were to suggest kind of like its nature, it's being destructive, right? Um, it's unhealthy for the environment around. And I think that it's giving that energy pretty good. But if it itself looks like it's kind of decanted and, you know, crumbling, that can maybe even assist in telling that tale. Ego from Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Yeah. Taking over the Earth by spreading these foam-like things. Yeah, like that's actually kind of the texture that I'm thinking too. Is just it's weird and like forming out of stuff around it, but also its own thing. I can't remember that scene exactly, but like I feel like I think I know what you're suggesting, and yeah, where it's actually just kind of like yeah, it's mixing or something, strange and kind of like earthy, but also like just bleh. So let's see. I think also I'm going to maybe have like this part kind of shelf out more. This can kind of like pull in, right? If I'm showing these cracks and crumbly bits, it's like, well, the silhouette should also reflect that to kind of communicate this idea, right? As I was saying, like, showing it on the edge. If I, and being like, oh yeah, there's all these like crunchy cracks and dry, brittle dirt or something like that, but also like slimy in between. I don't know. If I can imply that with the texture here, then should be able to get there eventually. And again, like I actually don't know where I'm trying to go with it, but by just kind of trying things, I will find out eventually. We'll land somewhere. Okay, so I think I want the mouth to be a little more clear. Brighten up the teeth. And like I like this kind of internal kind of goo that's kind of like spilling out between the cracks. Like maybe I'll have a little hint of it higher up, right? So if I grab this and I maybe have just like a little bit of it kind of peeking out here and there. That kind of makes sense, I think. But like, I don't want to overdo it. Less is more. Even like a little bit on the top of the noggin. And like, we could also think about it like, oh, how does this character move? I mean, I guess the shoulders might have more where it kind of like pulls apart, right? Stretches this part. Where is the movement happening? Where would kind of the forms, like contract and expand? And how would it make sense to kind of show those parts move? It's like right now, this part of the like neck and shoulder are compressing together, right? This shoulder is lifting up, and these muscles or whatever are kind of compressing this part, whereas like this shoulder is like dropped down, right? And so it's kind of expanded here. So I could imagine these plates are just starting to kind of like pull apart as that stretches, whereas here they're going to close up, for example. So I don't know. Just a thought on how that could work. Yes. So are the plants around it supposed to be withered trees or grass? It's crazy how the difference affects the scale of the mouse. Yeah, I mean, actually, that's something that I should really decide. I think that I want this character to actually be a bit bigger scale. So I was thinking these are kind of like larger plants, but yeah, it might be better to have more kind of like shrubs and trees and stuff kind of like withering and dying off of it, um, as opposed to these looking like, little tiny kind of, ferns that are, it's the size of, a small plant or something like that. I think right now it's kind of obscure. It's got some gigantic looking leaves and some tiny leaves, and I think it would be best to like it works as a small character, but at the same time I think this character should be a bit bigger. Um, Perhaps. The tail also kind of gives a little bit of suggestion with how the roots kind of look like almost like air roots or something coming off of it. Um, but yeah, maybe I should kind of like try to resolve these leaves and stuff. I think also they kind of impact the composition quite strongly, and they're not the correct value to kind of like properly represent this character. So I should figure that out sooner than later. Also, in terms of like midtones and stuff, our character overall and the background are kind of in the same range. So I think that's going to be a problem if I keep that way. So what I think I'll probably do is maybe have a bit of a glow coming off the mouse, to kind of like separate it from the background. So we can try that really quick and easy. And it kind of, the reason for doing that is just like, ooh, there's more power or something coming off of this character. It seems more, powerful. So if I did something like this, and that's not quite how I want it to work. Also, the blue is looking very electric because of that. Interesting. Okay, so if I maybe do an add glow, just play with the layer types real quick. Also, this is currently on top of these. They should be, maybe this should be on the background layer. Yeah. Okay, and then let's try, okay, so that add is working more like an add layer. Add glows, kind of interesting. Screen, lighten. Glow dodge can be a fun one, but it's not appropriate for this. I think like add glow is probably the best one for what we're doing, but we're gonna go too far with it and then we're gonna pull it back, I think. So it's really punched up. If we look at this, I don't think it's helped in terms of the grayscale or the values. I think the torso overall, I think I'm going to drop it down in value. Like this is one of those pieces where there's going to be kind of a lot of experimentation before I know, oh, that's where it should go. That looks right. Like something else that I think I want to put into this piece is just adding a sense of atmosphere. Like dust floating in the air and kind of like being present in it. So like I can kind of show, you know, little dust particles on this layer, for example. Probably should have been on a separate layer, but hey, we're going for it here. And this kind of like shows like, oh, there's like spores or something kind of floating off of this character. That's interesting. And maybe wear your PPE or something when handling this mouse. So that's kind of interesting, right? And we can get some of this glow on the clouds below, which is fun. I'll do another layer just because I might not like this. And it might also be like, wow, look at them rift energy again. Yeah, no, purple swirly kind of chunky clouds is just straight up rift. So we're not going to do that. Because we are not trying to make this a rift character. I might tone it back. But yeah, I think that there is definitely issues with the kind of like value in the read, especially around these arms and the torso. I think this character needs to silhouette against the background more. I think it's too bright, honestly. So I'm gonna definitely knock the lighting back more. Like, so that's more, you know, we started with it kind of in shadow, and I think we want to go back to that a bit more, right? Somewhere in between those, of course. We don't want to lose all that detail that we kind of carved out. But I think this one specifically, I want to pull it back a lot. So we do have that layer. Okay. And we can use this kind of crackly, glowy kind of texture to fill in details and reveal. I also think I'm overboard with this as well. Like, I definitely want to tone it back. I think there's just too much of it. So gonna definitely pull that back more. Okay, that plant is getting lost there. It's okay. I need to deal with the plants next anyways. Okay. Yeah, I think there's a lot of active kind of cracking or splitting of this material and peeling around the base, like an something maybe like mostly like this area here. There's like a gradient to either side of that, right? Where the further away from that it is, the less active kind of idea. Okay. Even have some of these kind of closing up. Where they're actually kind of like running into each other and stacking back up again, right? Like a bunch of rocks piled up kind of look. I think that's what that can do. Okay, so that's kind of calming down. I think it was just a little bit too energetic with it. Yeah, I like, you can do a bit of like design with texture stuff like this where you kind of like create a gradient of it. So like I like the idea of there almost being this kind of these like spiral of activity where they're spaced out, kind of like that, and it swirls around the character. So having these cracks kind of like actively persist up the character here, maybe lose it there, but then kind of like re-emerge over here a little bit, as long as we're not getting too close to the hands and causing them to just kind of conflict, right? Something like that could just be more visually appealing, right? Yeah. I feel like the arms are kind of smooth though. Is that just because of the glow? So the arms have not had the treatment that the torso has. This arm, a little bit. It's got kind of like bubbly crunchy going on in the elbow. So it kind of feels a little bit. This one, see how like smooth that edge is, right? So this hasn't, like, because it's on a different layer, I haven't really tackled it yet. And the lighting is also very different right now. So it definitely looks smooth and it needs some care. Um, so I can really quickly just kind of play with that just to fix that ever so slightly. So if we kind of, interesting, because I'm like, that's not the color you should be. So if I come in and I just kind of play with the silhouette of this, make sure that it is implying, oh, I got more crunchy texture. Kind of like that elbow back there. Don't need to go too crazy, just enough to suggest. And then we make sure that, you know, the other parts are kind of backing that up, right? And I don't need to necessarily have the arms be these like dried out kind of lumps of clay or anything like that. But there we go. That's just a little bit less kind of smooth and buttery. But honestly, I think there's more kind of texture to get it, a bit more kind of gritty, sandy, right? If we want that. Honestly, overall, I think there's still too much kind of glow and light on this, so I might even just kind of pull this all back. But then, you know, how far back? Where? You know, what's going to read properly? And I've become of the camp where it is better to make something read and be legible than to kind of make it accurate. You know, like I may not actually have the lighting conditions where I should be able to get this blue on this upper edge or something like that, or like the lighting should actually be that dark or whatever. But if I'm like, no, it'll look better if I kind of fake it and change it to be a little more this or that, like it's a justifiable thing in my books. I like the potential of this glow really coming from the base here. Oop. I think I'll really kind of punch that up there. I might even use another kind of glow type perhaps to just push that even further maybe. I don't know. Oop. It's a big brush. But it does make the silhouette at the base more interesting. But again, alright, I need to tackle these like the plant matter. That's been ignored too long. We've gone too far with our details to ignore it any further. So I'm going to give us a save, and we're going to kind of resolve how we want these kind of destroyed plants to look. I do like it kind of like being a part of the ground that this mouse just kind of burst up through or something like that. The scale, though, I think we need to decide on how we want the scale to look. I have kind of like a branch from, you know, a small tree perhaps here, kind of jamming out from the side. And I think that's maybe a good suggestion for this character is like, yeah, it can take out trees, right? It's not going after tiny little, you know, simple plants. It's taking out forest. Diseasing it. So I think that's what I want to kind of like go towards. So maybe instead of these kind of like curly long leaves, we'll have some of them maybe because I think they kind of look cool. Maybe it'll be more branches with like dead leaves on them. So let's go up to this layer here. And even turning that off, we can try a new attempt at it and see what we get. So let's grab that. And let's just try growing some trees or something. Because yeah, I think it was just too small scale. Too small beans for who this is. Okay, let's check our colors. I think I need to do perhaps something more like that. And I kind of like it starting where they're kind of pointing upwards, but then as we go up the mouse, it's actually kind of like things are coming out sideways and even pointing down, because if they started here, as we kind of roll up the side of this character, they're gonna just kind of be shifted sideways. And I'm like, now I'm kind of like, should these actually be like more like they're full trees? Like how big actually should this character be? I think we can scale up. So let's try that. Let's get more. Okay, these were more respectable trees at one point. Like they may not be giant red oaks or anything like that, but they're not necessarily just twigs. I think that makes more sense, honestly, with who this character will end up being. And to kind of like help with that scale, you can do things like have kind of the roots spreading out a bit, and we can play with the kind of crackling of the ground to kind of match that. So suddenly we've gone from a tiny little plant killer to, oh wait, this is maybe actually the size of someone's yard. Just took out all the trees in my backyard kind of thing. That's not ideal. Like having like a branch that was there and got snapped off. A little more imposing. And so like this leaf up here is like, yeah, no, that's changing. Single tree really just does that, right? So, I mean, that's kind of like the power of just kind of like let your mind do the work. I give you one piece of the puzzle and your brain fills in the rest, right? So kind of a cool example of that where it's like, okay, I'm seeing small leaves. I'm seeing, twigs, and wait, no, that's an actual tree trunk. And so suddenly, boom, your brain does all that work off of just kind of like one little piece of information I fed it. And there's a lot of stuff in MouseHunt where I give conflicting information where it's like, this is at this scale. No, it's not. Wait, this thing shows it at that scale, and kind of, I guess, well, it's interesting. There's a lot of that in MouseHunt, but it's kind of a case of like you get to interpret it how you want. So I don't know. Could be considered a good or a bad thing. Some might suggest that's poor design, Jacob. I like to think it kind of gives the player more kind of control over the universe where they get to kind of, decide how they interpret it. So there you go. All the things where it's like, just don't think too hard about it are by design. I don't like that little branch. Gonna need a bigger trap. Might indeed. Trying to remember, is that like the Jaws quote? Where there's like, I'm gonna need a bigger boat. We're gonna need a bigger boat. What is that from? Yeah. Now we're talking. That's feeling more kind of intense and very dangerous. So this cute little plant up here, as much as I like it, I'm going to obliterate it. We can replace you with something. And why would you think we would ever do something like hinting at themes using trap skins? Seems like something that a clever group of people might try. And I'm not implying that we're clever. Okay, so again, there's just like, I could work on this one for days. I think there's a lot to try. Um, I really kind of have this like little inspiration from the original Fallout game, where there's a mutant that you can befriend, and he's got like a little like apple tree growing out of his head or something, and he's got like fruit hanging off it. I think he's got like a little fruit grown off of it. I think it's going to be distracting if I do that here, but I just had that thought, and I think it's fun. Okay. Yeah, this mouse is delighting in its absolute devastation. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Destruction achieved. Not a problem, not a problem. This is good. Definitely what should be happening is this mouse kind of just being. Shouldn't be a concern. I mean, they look kind and responsible. Yeah, sure. Seems fine. Okay, so I'm going to give the some of these plants some lighting, I guess. And now basically the mouse has its own kind of like internal lighting with this kind of like purple glowy goo or whatever. Seems like that's what's going to be on these trees. Makes sense. Mm-hmm. All right. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I think I'll put like a little, some leaves here and there on it. Uh, just to be like, yeah, it was alive. And it kind of can maybe even assist in being like, okay, they're not massive, gigantic trees, but, it's not good for them. Maybe even like a little leaf. Just kind of, uh-oh. And maybe I'll... Yeah. Okay. So now they're just kind of dropping their leaves. They're not vital plant, or there's not good vitality on these trees. I don't think. I think they're in trouble. can't see where the mouse's chin ends exactly. It's just kind of just a long boy. Hello, but like in creepy, echoey, rumbly voice that like shakes the trees. Right? Seems fine. Okay, so let's get rid of that there. This mouse is immune to uppercuts. I love that. That's great. Very good. I'm just thinking of that old Nintendo game, Punch Out. This would be quite the fight, I think. Little Mac takes on just blight horror monster thingy. Blight boss. Blight boy. Sir Blightington. Now, I did mention a while back, this hand and this shoulder, there is kind of like an issue with how they line up. So I want to resolve that. We are at 317. And I'll go until I'm kind of cooked. You know, either we finish this, which I think I'll get like, you know, maybe like 90% complete, but generally coming off of a stream, I'm going to be like, I have been staring at this for way too long, so I don't feel like I know how this looks truly. Like, I kind of, when you look at something for so long, you kind of lose the ability to appreciate the details and really kind of like be subjective at looking at it. And so, like, the great thing about doing this on a Friday is it gives me the weekend to kind of step away and then come back and really look at it with fresh eyes. So, you know, I'll get it to like 90% complete, and then I'll kind of like sit on that, come back, and then Monday morning I'll be able to look at it and be like, okay, so obvious. Here's things that I'll tweak to just kind of clean it up and make it look where I want it to be. But yeah, basically we're just going to go until I'm kind of like, okay, this is as far as I can take it today, and we'll wrap up from there. But we're getting pretty far along with this. I'm quite happy with what we've managed. But yeah, so these fingers here, this shoulder. Let's see, what's the best way to actually tackle this? I think I'm going to try bringing the shoulder out a bit, and it can maybe even assist in kind of like letting us see the posture here, how the shoulder is dropped compared to the other. And I might pull that finger in. It's not very well resolved regardless. Like, it needs some cleanup anyways. It's a little sloppy, I guess. Okay, so I don't know, maybe even having the shadow really not impact the arm is a good thing, because the way that I handled it with the ear and how it's kind of like casting a shadow here, it's suggesting that it's lit from below. So like these surfaces that are pointed upwards are really not going to be gaining any of the light from underneath. So, you know, I think it really actually would kind of lose it like on those upper surfaces, right? Makes sense. But these fingers, maybe this finger here can still gain from that. So let's jump over to the fingers, and I'm going to grab this. And I'm just going to slide it on over. And we're going to play with the lighting, because it's all messy and sloppy. Let me grab this color maybe. Okay. This is one of the things where, like, when you start to get these many layers all kind of playing together, it can be hard to kind of like get the color you need to do things. And it starts to get to the point where it's like, I might just start flattening layers and combining them and stuff. If anything, might get that from underneath as opposed to on the top of the thumb here. Without doing like a sphere test, it can be a little bit hard to decide where the light should actually hit. So I really should have done a sphere test. It's not a long process and can kind of help solidify such decisions. But at the same time, I'm also kind of like, eh. Like it's from behind. So I do think I might get it underneath more so here. Maybe in the bottom of the palm there. There's also things like bounce light and such considerations. Honestly, it's like, okay, if it's coming from back here, it's like, is this arm going to be blocking a lot of that? It probably would. But is it more compelling to have the light come through anyways? I don't know. I'm like not too thrilled about the hands anyways. I might end up just kind of repainting them. But let's look at our grayscale and see. Okay, so this hand, because it's kind of like light on dark, there's a pretty good read on it, right? So, I mean, maybe this is the goal for this hand, is to kind of like get it to the same place. I don't know, blue hands, they're kind of neat. I guess we just lighten the whole thing up. I might start flattening and just painting over exactly how I want things to look. It gets to that point where it's just like, all right, trying to mess with each of these layers with layer effects starts to become kind of like, nah, it's too much work to figure that out. To do it correctly, in quotation marks, if you will. Okay. This is where like plant stuff was kind of like covering over. So it was a little bit sloppy down there. Just gonna start to clean and refine that a bit. I want to have there be, again, this kind of like wrapping spiral, like a unicorn's horn of kind of pink purple gloop concentration, at least. All right, so let's actually put a little bit of a gap here that it can clamber between to make that more clear. That's not bad. All right. A little more here, I think. It's interesting to kind of like figure out, oh, I want this to have a certain randomness to it. It's such an interesting kind of concept of how to kind of like draw randomness, right? Um, you can end up kind of spacing it out too evenly. Um, but also, if you do it too random, it kind of doesn't look random in a weird way, uh, where it's just kind of like your expectation might be that, it's like, oh, I need it to be like, if I put some here, I should go almost the same distance and put some over there as well, and kind of like keep doing that and bouncing around, and you end up where it's actually like an even distribution, even though it was randomly kind of like done. It doesn't end up actually like correctly random. There's too much structure behind it, even though when you put it down, you're not like putting it to a grid or anything like that. It's kind of like, in a sense, similar to like that the gambler fallacy, where it's like, I'm bound to win eventually, right? Like I've lost this many times, so every time I lose, it's more likely I should win next, right? Where that's what it feels like, but that's incorrect. It's totally, a random chance. Each roll of the die is just, probability it'll end up there. Um, so what you get is like when you're actually like watching, let's say it was someone flipping a coin, you're going to end up with like long, surprisingly long stretches of like the same value show up again and again, where it's like, no, that's too many. That's not right. It should be, you know, somewhere in between that. And so like drawing random scatters of things, you need to be careful you're not just kind of like trying to even it out, I guess, is kind of what you got to be careful of. So it's good to have there be kind of like, oh, no, actually this is random, but like to give that impression there's actually like clusters, and it's not an even spread. There's definitely clumps of this together. And I usually don't try to create like actually random. I try to create with, an intention of flow and pattern, and it's easier to kind of like make that look good because it was intentional, I guess. If that seemed like a really weird tangent that is not relevant to what I'm doing, I'm kind of thinking about like these cracks and trying to make them feel organic, and spaced out in a kind of like compelling way that is nice and pleasing to look at least in terms of like it's engaging and cool looking. Um, Not necessarily pleasing as in like, oh, how pleasant. Uh, yeah, so I don't want it to be this like pattern that's obvious, but I also think that the idea of it being like this, let's say, earthy kind of texture, it's going to have certain properties that if it was like peeling apart from this like, I don't know, goop under the surface that is built up this pressure and is pushing its way through the earth, and like bursting it, I would think that it's going to react and kind of like tear apart in a certain expected way. And so I'm just trying to see if I can kind of like capture what that could possibly look like. And at the same time, do a little bit of kind of like guiding your eye, right? So it's one thing to kind of like be like, okay, this is how it should look. It's another thing to take those potential rules and then bend them to a purpose. And a lot of the time, an illustrator's purpose is to inform you, the viewer, on what you should be looking at? What details do I want you to notice and kind of like internalize when taking this in? And so, I want you to get a feeling of like, what is this texture, right? This contrast is very attractive. It kind of stands out, makes you curious about it, because it's like, if we look at the contrast here, it's very strong. It's very kind of like in your face almost. And I'm actually going to punch it up even more. It's going to be more in your face and kind of asking you to look at it in a moment. So that's going to, call to you. Okay. Not quite right there yet. So yeah, part of what I'm trying to do is like, I'm going to be like, all right, look at this. Take this in, kind of interpret this. What's the story here that I want you to notice? And then through the shape of it, I can kind of like then be like, okay, now follow this like detail and trace it and let it kind of dance up the form kind of idea. And it guides you to look at something else. And then from there, that look at something else kind of thing. And so that's kind of part of the job. I'm going to stop these from being clipped here. Layers weren't always playing nice with each other. Okay, so we got a bit more of this inner glow. And I might even try doing something like this, where there's kind of like that bloom of light where it's most intense. And that kind of feels like there's more of a glow coming from this. I like this kind of visual of it almost looking like it's this energy swirling up this character, right? So that's kind of cool. And because it's this like directional shape, it's kind of guiding you a bit, and that's kind of interesting. Now, am I overdoing this? Maybe. Perhaps. But like at the same time, if we're kind of like taking this in as just a kind of step back and see what this looks like as just this thumbnail, it looks interesting. There's kind of some dynamic flow to it. I definitely think that I want this kind of wrapping glow to go like under this arm now that I'm looking at it. I feel like that would be more interesting if it's positioned that way, behind the hands. And then I can kind of like have the hand backlit a bit. And again, this is not something that when I started this piece, I'm like, oh, I'm going to have this like kind of swirling glow come off it. It looks more magical. I can have something cool like more of these kinds of little, particles of like spores or something kind of popping off of it. Like it's, this kind of trail of glow is maybe seeding this disease or something. Okay, and then that elbow, in this case, I think I want to, you know, drop how light it is so that it can kind of be in front of that a little more so, and kind of contrast off of it. Then I think I'm going to have more of that kind of splitting, kind of crackling texture right under the arm here. Now, I might have overdone it, you know, but it's probably better to go too far than not far enough in my books. I try to live by that principle where, you know, if I'm like, oh, I'm going to try this out, I'll purposefully take it too far so I know, okay, that's the limit. You know, I gotta go that far for it to be too far, and I'll pull it back now from there, and we'll be able to find the sweet spot. Whereas if you're kind of like trying to find the right spot and you're just kind of slowly pushing it up and up and up, it could be the case where you're like, that seems fine, but you really could have taken it even further, but you never got there. So I think it's better to go too far and pull back to actually discover what is kind of like the right place to land things, and doing it quicker that way as well. And this can apply to a lot of different things, but like in terms of kind of like, oh, the lighting on this, you know, or the kind of level of detail or how textured this is, you know, I'm going to do a little more of an extreme version of that so that I can pull it back and be like, oh, that was way overdone on the lighting, or that is way too crunchy a texture for the kind of quality of the piece, etc., etc. Yeah, I kind of like that like twist. Now it looks like they kind of just like kind of like came out of the ground just kind of spiraling. So they're a little more kind of quizzical, but still hopefully very unsettling. Now, I think the glow, that kind of like magical mote, kind of dancing fairy dust, uh, it's super interesting, but too far, right? Looking at it, it really kind of like feels more magical and pretty, uh, as opposed to like this kind of eerie, uh, unearthly kind of like, you know, glow of this weird kind of blight. So I'm going to pull that back. It went too far, and now I know. So let's see if I completely turn it off. You know, that's kind of like one end. So then I can kind of like jump back and forth and see how each of my kind of changes affect it. And honestly, doing it with a mask is a good idea because then I can pull it back too far and bring it back. But I'm currently just destructively erasing because sometimes that's just how I roll. But I think part of it being too much is there's too much of the kind of cracks and stuff, right? So I think I'll do the mask here, and at the edges, I'm going to pull it back because those surfaces are rolling away from us. We might not have the light kind of like shining directly at us, whereas the forms that are kind of rolled and like pointed towards us, we'll get to like peer down those cracks a little bit more directly, I guess. So that's kind of one way to think about it and tackle it. Looking in the grayscale again. We could do with some more definition on things. Things like this branch. These are like the roots of the tree, and the lighting on the tree is so sloppy there that it's actually making it harder to kind of like appreciate what I'm seeing. So I'm gonna clean that up a little. So I think it's just a little too messy to work. It's kind of like how you need to develop the level of detail as you go. Sometimes you need to catch up to where the rest of the piece is. Otherwise, you can't really look at it subjectively. So, looking at this now. Okay. It's a little more where it needs to be, but like the shape of the roots of this tree just don't look authentic now. So I need to kind of like refine that to be a little more realistic. Not that realistic, you know, details are the name of the game in MouseHunt. We definitely defy a lot, but well, you know, it can matter for looking good. If there's just this weird kind of cartoony lump implying like, oh yeah, that's supposed to be like an old tree root, but it just looks like you know, a balloon animal kind of coming off the bottom of the tree. It's just maybe not effective at communicating what I want it to. That's all. Okay, let's see. We're coming up on 4 o'clock. My wrist is starting to kind of get a little bit seized up, and kind of think we're kind of running out of steam, but I think the level of detail is like really close. Again, I said I'd probably make it to about like 90% complete. Looking at it, I'm like starting to kind of be like, okay, there's really a lot of like little finessey details that I think I'm going to want to have to resolve, but at the same time, looking at it generally, I'm like, I'm not sure how I want to do that effectively. So I think I'm going to call it, but, you know, we got a lot done. This was all today. Like the tail, sloppy, the ground, definitely needing resolution. Like a lot of the tree stuff, it's not far, but at the same time, I think I'm going to have to really tweak it. And then, yeah, like in general, the like legibility of things isn't quite good enough for where I want it. But I think I really need to see it fresh to really appreciate how I should fix that. Because I know I will. I know it won't be much work probably to kind of like really resolve a lot of it. But yeah, I think it's just a case of just kind of I need to, you know, step away and see it fresh. And I'm kind of like running out of the battery power at this point. So we'll do a save. We're gonna pop up our time lapse and just kind of, you know, wrap up here. So let's time lapse, export time lapse, and we can just kind of scale this up, put it to all, go back to the beginning. Yeah. So I know I didn't interact with the chat too great today. I was just kind of focused on painting and not really paying too close attention to the chat. But I hope you really did kind of enjoy the ride and, uh, you know, are excited for what this character will be and do. Not that you know much about it, but yeah, I'll leave it at that. So here is a Larry link again in case you missed the link. If you're kind of just tuning in from, finding this not live, um, we stream every Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And, you know, it'll be like every other week. It's Dave, who's kind of like our lead creative director, and we'll talk about kind of gameplay and what's coming down the pipeline, what are we working on, uh, ask him questions and get some cool answers, or give him feedback about how you like what's going on or don't like what's going on. And then the other weeks, it's me, and I'm going to be creating art that goes into the game, and you get to be a part of that process. I know I didn't really kind of like take too much direction today. It can just depend on what we're working on. A lot of the time, I really like to just be like, all right, take the wheel, chat. We're gonna create something, and I get to blame you for it. Today, I just kind of found something and chased it. But yeah, as always, I hope you enjoyed, and I shall see you probably in 2 weeks' time. But yeah, we'll let this play out. Still got a little ways to go, but all in all, really good art day. Came together pretty effectively. Yeah, so looking at the difference of just kind of like what that foliage communicates, we got very two different skills here, right? Like that's just kind of like, oh, it's hiding in the grass in, some overgrowth, versus, oh, it just took over an entire, like, section of a park or something like that, right? Um, and it's cool that, like, little details that, you know aren't necessarily, they don't seem super significant, but like how they just kind of like give a signal to your brain to just, you know pattern recognition is very powerful, right? And that's something that is fun to hack as an artist, kind of learning how that can be kind of made to kind of give you a different message through kind of, little ideas that I seed, kind of like this guy. All right, well, I'm gonna leave it at that, and I really hope you enjoyed. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Glad you were here, and yeah. So take care of yourselves. Take care of each other, and I shall see you next time. But until then, happy hunting, everyone. All right. Bye for now.